is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are South.
The Braves' final homestand at Turner Field and our farewell to the Ted are all brought to you by Georgia's best Chevy dealers. A rainy start to our night here in Atlanta, Georgia, but the skies are clearing, and we expect first pitch at 7:40 as the Braves get this series started with the fighting Phillies of Philadelphia here tonight. Hi again, friends. Chip and Joe, great to be back with you here at Turner Field. The Braves just wrapped up a 5-1 homestand, a road trip, I should say, a road trip that finished, well, in rather a heartbreaking fashion down in Miami. We'll talk about that in just a little while. But certainly, Joe, a lot of great things to celebrate here at Turner Field. Hopefully a strong finish for the Braves and hopefully a strong finish to the season for Braves starter Julio Teheran.
Julio's been really good here in recent days, and I think after that short stint on the disabled list, short rest for him, he really came back strong. It did him a lot of good, and he's pitched well against the Phillies too. You're seeing some action there against San Diego, which turned out to be his only home win so far on the year, and this is action at Philadelphia where he blanked the Phillies for 5 innings and has pitched real well, as I said, against them in his career. His last 5 starts, a 2.87 ERA, just 6 walks over those 5 starts. Excellent, outstanding career numbers against Philadelphia.
So Julio's pitching more like himself, and Freddie Freeman continues to hit like himself. Once again, the National League's Player of the Week, the Braves first baseman having a sensational second half.
What is this, the second Player of the Week award in about 3 or 4 weeks? If there was such a thing as a second half MVP, you'd have to consider Freddie for that. He might be the easy selection for second half MVP. He's hitting everybody, lefties, righties. He's hitting singles, he's hitting homers, he's hitting clutch, getting clutch hits. How about that? Runners in scoring position last week, 3 for 5, 2 homers, 7 driven in. He has been doing it all, playing good defense as always, and congratulations to him on his Player of the Week honor.
Zaxby's indescribably good player tonight is Freddie Freeman. Let's check in with Kelsey Wingert, who's staying dry down on the field here at Turner Field. And Kelsey, I'm sure Freddie Freeman's teammates are awfully happy with his performances these last couple of months.
They always are, and Freddie Freeman continues to be the anchor of this lineup. But 2 of the things that really make this season impressive, guys, is how slow he started off, and he's still managing to put together these numbers that make him a legitimate candidate for MVP. And not only that, but he has played the most innings out of anybody in the NL. So we all knew that this wasn't a fluke, but he continues to prove to us day in and day out that this is really how good he is. And another thing that I spoke to Brian Snitker about is how some of these younger guys that have come up from Gwinnett and AA, they're getting to learn under these professionals. Not only are they incredible ball players, but they're playing the game right. So there's no one else better to talk to than Dansby Swanson about learning under Freddie Freeman.
He's a special talent, and to be able to watch him play every day is incredible. And talking to some of the guys after seeing what he did, the first month, and to see where he was then and where he is now is incredible. It's been breathtaking to watch him. He's the best player I've ever seen, ever been around, and just to be able to do it every day consistently. It's not hot and cold. It's just a consistent, steady dose, and hopefully I can be like him one day. But yeah, he's awesome.
It's obviously a pretty good team, playing a lot better baseball, and obviously with a lot deeper lineup, I'm getting some more pitches to hit and been hitting them lately.
And something Brian Snitker said that I really, really liked is that having guys like that for these guys to learn under is worth millions of bucks, because they're seeing that you can be this good and do it the right way. And I also spoke to Nick Markakis, and he said Freddie is as good as any other MVP candidate out there. He says he's played with guys in past years with 50-plus home run seasons, 130-plus RBI seasons, but what Freddie has done as a whole, all of his numbers, makes him that much better than anybody else that he's played with. Now, we are in a rain delay here at Turner Field as we start the final countdown, but we do have Game 1 of the Braves and the Phillies coming up with Julio Teheran on the mound. We'll be right back.
We're going to start tonight's action with a rain delay as the Braves begin their final homestand of the year with 3 against the Philadelphia Phillies. Back upstairs, Joe and Chip. I got to tell you, partner, after the tragic events down in Miami a couple of days ago, I really needed a day off yesterday. And watching the Marlins and the New York Mets do what they did under incredibly difficult, heart-wrenching circumstances was just an incredible sight. Mourning Jose Fernandez, the now gone Marlins pitcher.
First of all, I don't know how the Marlins were able to do it. I don't know how they were able to show up at the ballpark and try to play a baseball game. I also heard wonderful things about the classy way in which the Mets engaged the Marlins before the game. A lot of hugs all around to honor Jose also. But this took the cake. I don't think there was a dry eye in the place.
Yeah, D. Gordon stepped in the batter's box, hitting right-handed like Jose Fernandez. Took the pitch, got a left-handed batting helmet, stepped into the batter's box, and then hit his first home run of the year. And D. Gordon Joe said that's the hardest ball, longest ball he's ever hit.
Yeah, he hit it in the second deck there. And look at him. Bless his heart, he's crying all the way around the bases. How do things like that happen? You know, that's what struck me is how does something like that happen when it's supposed to happen? And then you see what the team did after the game, circling the mound hand in hand and then leaving their hats on the mound. It was a sight to behold and something. Of course, the Marlins won the ball game. I guess that was all fitting too.
But what a horrible tragedy for the Marlins franchise, for the Fernandez family, the 2 other families of the gentlemen who were lost in that boat accident as well. And you and I were talking at dinner tonight. I don't want to stretch the hyperbole here, but maybe Jose Fernandez is going to be this generation's Roberto Clemente with what he meant to the Latin community, what he went through to get to America, to gain freedom, to come from Cuba, to become an all-star, a rookie of the year, and all he represented for the city of Miami. Jeffrey Loria said no one's ever going to wear number 16 again. That's a very, very good first start, I think.
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing, a great gesture. Jose Fernandez was the guy that franchise had been waiting for since they came into being in 1993. He was the guy they've been waiting for. Cuban, a star, a glowing personality. Everybody in town knew him. Everybody in town was his friend, and they had nothing but the sky's the limit type talk about what he was going to do for the Miami franchise. And I'll add another name to what you're talking about with Clemente and what he meant to baseball in general. But the stunning effect of what happened was, it reminded me when I was still playing of Thurman Munson.
Oh, that's a good point.
And he was tragically killed in a plane crash during the All-Star break. And it stunned the baseball world, not just New York. It reverberated through all of baseball, just like this tragic event did late Saturday night, early Sunday morning.
So a salute to the Marlins for an unbelievably poignant and classy and well choreographed tribute to the late, great Jose Fernandez, and a tip of the cap to our Fox Sports Florida colleagues. I don't know how Rich Walls did it. He was remarkable, as was that entire crew. And I got to tell you, Kelsey Wingert, I was crying like a baby watching that scene take place in South Florida, and I have a feeling I wasn't alone in the Braves clubhouse.
Oh, yeah, and even I was watching the game last night when you were talking about D. Gordon's home run, and I don't think there was a dry eye anywhere. But, you know, the Braves are finding ways today to honor Jose Fernandez. Division rivalries, they don't matter right now because baseball is a brotherhood. So you see right there the jersey hung up. They did hang that like the rest of the teams. Freddie Freeman actually put that up there himself about 25 minutes ago. We did see Julio Teheran. He has the initials written on his hat as well. Chase Darno actually wrote a song about Jose Fernandez. He did tell me that he didn't want to release it. He wrote it the morning that they found out, but out of respect for the family, he just wanted to give it some time. And I'm sure you all have seen the story about the Braves donating the bus to the Marlins to help bus some of the players to Jose Fernandez's family. When I spoke to some of the Braves officials about it, they said that they just told the Marlins, we're here for you, and anything that we can do to help you in the least bit, we want to be able to do that. And the Marlins actually had something that the Braves could help them with, so that meant a lot. And I was talking to Dansby Swanson in the clubhouse earlier today, and he had some really, really good things to say off camera, because he was saying, you know, there are some guys in the Braves organization that mean a whole heck of a lot to Atlanta. And Jose Fernandez is that times a million in Miami, not just because of what he's done on the field as a Marlin, but because of the adversity that he fought to get here, the way that he played the game, the way that he honors his family and his teammates. He said it just makes it a worldwide deal instead of just a citywide thing. And all of these guys were touched. And you know that it's going to be an emotional night for them because this is a guy that they face 19 times a year. They see him 19 times, and they've all developed relationships with him. So it'll be an emotional day, but it's great to see the guys finding their own ways to honor him. But we remain in a rain delay here at Turner Field. We're getting closer and closer to first pitch, and we'll be right back after the break.
down and landed funny, didn't land on a runner, didn't land on the bat or anything else. Tore his ACL, he's done. Martin Prado is going to be a free agent. There are a lot of teams interested in Martin Prado. Today, he made it known that he's not going anywhere. 3-year, $40 million deal through 2019 with the Fish. And David Ortiz about to begin his final series at Yankee Stadium. You know, that'll be a big deal, too, for those two teams.
And one more note for the Nationals. Still no Daniel Murphy. He's out with a strained buttocks. And Bryce Harper messed up a thumb.
Yeah.
And was sliding into third base and injured his thumb. No ligament damage, we understand. But Bryce Harper and Murphy not in the lineup tonight for that Washington ball club. And every game that Washington plays down the stretch is extremely important. Right now, they have a 1-game lead over the Dodgers for home field advantage in what would be their first-round playoff matchup. So we'll see how things go for both the Nationals and Dodgers. We'll update those scores tonight as Julio Teheran takes the mound for his start here in Game 1.
I wanted to put this graphic up tonight for Julio because he said at the beginning of the year one of the goals he had was to improve on his batting average against left-handed hitting. Well, I'd say he's done a great job in that respect. 225 average this year compared to 300 last year, and several lefties in the lineup for the Phillies tonight. His 4 keys to pitching success. Number 1, he's got a couple of extra days rest. So this time of year, that's not a bad thing for a guy who's making his 29th start. Also, 7-hole. Usually a guy down lower in the lineup, you don't worry about him too much. Well, Freddie Galvis has hit in 7 straight games for the Phillies, but he's 7 for 18 lifetime against Julio. He's a guy he's got to keep his eye on.
And as we get set to face the Phillies, it's a different looking Braves roster tonight because there was a trade announced a little while ago involving one of the Braves middle infielders, somewhat surprisingly.
Yeah, I don't remember a move like this late in the year, but Gordon Beckham is now a San Francisco Giant. He was basically sold to the Giants for cash considerations, and the Giants have some infield injuries that they're dealing with. They needed some backup. Gordon Beckham will be with the Giants the rest of the year.
And the Giants are 1 game ahead of the Cardinals in the second wild card position. The Phillies enter play tonight at 70-86 on the year, and they are coming off an absolute spanking in their last game against the New York Mets. The Mets shut them out 17-0. The Phillies bullpen has had all kinds of problems. We'll see if Atlanta can get into that pen. Somewhat troublesome with Jared Eichhoff pitching because he's thrown the ball well against the Braves so far this season for their skipper, Pete Buchanan.
In that game against the Mets, they gave up 14 hits, 9 walks, 4 hit batters in 8 innings, and 17 runs.
So that explains all of Larry Anderson's gray hair.
Yes, 25 or 26 unanswered runs against them lately.
And that explains why Larry Anderson's right arm is sore. He must have been pitching. So we'll see how it goes tonight with Julio Teheran and the Phillies. Cesar Hernandez scalds 1 foul, and we're underway. 71 degrees, delightful weather. And the official rain delay 31 minutes before first pitch. And Hernandez fouls it back. It's 0-2. Braves and Phillies have played 16 games. It's an 8-8 season series.
This is for all the chili right here.
You got it. And a little high, says Tom Hallion, tonight's home plate umpire. Hernandez at .293, 6 homers, 38 knocked in. He's stolen 17 bags. And the count now even at 2-2. Strike 3. There's Tom Hallion. Good start to his night. Hernandez retired looking 1 down.
Good late movement on that fastball.
That sound you heard is a sound our producer Brian Woodrum makes when he actually picks up the check. Very similar sound. So hopefully we'll hear that a lot from Mr. Hallion tonight. Here's Roman Quinn, our first look at him, up from Double-A Reading. And he's from the Florida Panhandle, Port St. Joe High School. And a hopper up the middle. Jace to his right. Long throw. And Quinn with good speed has an infield hit.
Well, Quinn will take that. He'd struck out each of his last 6 at bats. And even though he had a good year in Double-A, got called up late. He does have a hit already in the big leagues, but things have been a little dry for him lately. And I really don't know what you're talking about with respect to Brian, because he takes me to lunch all the time.
Oh, must be a Macedonian thing. 1 on, 1 out for Odubel Herrera. He's the Phillies center fielder. He's had a nice year. 15 homers, 48 knocked in, a .288 average. As this series continues, it'll be a conversational topic. The Braves and Phillies in similar straits. Phillies have won 7 more games than Atlanta has this year. Both are building toward what they feel will be very promising futures. I'm trying to add some perspective as to what we think the Phillies will try to accomplish this offseason as they try to move back up into the competitive ranks in the division. Well,
they've got some good young arms to start with. They had shot Aaron Nola down with some issues with his arm. He'll come back strong next year. Same with Vince Velasquez. And this guy we're going to see tonight, Eichhoff, he's very good.
1 ball, no strikes for Odubel Herrera. And a close play. Quinn was leaning and nearly got picked off.
.36 stolen bases at Double-A, 4 already in the big leagues. And if Julio's throw is a little bit lower, they might have had him.
He was 6th in the Eastern League in steals, despite playing only 71 games for the Reading club.
And almost got caught leaning there.
That evens the count. A ball into strike.
It was interesting. Herrera has that wide open stance, and then he pulled his feet together almost like he'd called timeout, and then went back to his stance and then took the pitch.
Whenever you see Herrera play, you have to wonder about his fashion sense. Tonight he's not wearing the long pants. They're not tucked under the backs of the cleats. He's got lots of that Philadelphia Red sock showing tonight.
There's the odd location and stance with his right foot.
Back safely again on another close play.
Again, a little shift to his right before he had to dive back.
One ball, 1 strike, top of the first. And looped into center field. That's going to drop for a hit. So Herrera has a bloop single. Back-to-back hits for the Phillies. And that'll bring up their cleanup man, Michael Franco, who's the team leader in homers and runs batted in.
That didn't look like a bad changeup. That was maybe not as low as he wanted it to be, but a nice piece of hitting by Herrera to loop it out over shortstop. Now, if there's one guy that's had a good road trip for the Phillies, it's this guy, Franco.
3 homers, 8 RBIs in his last 4 games played. And of his 25 homers this year, 5 have come against the Braves. So a dangerous man in a dangerous spot here in the top of the first.
And swings hard.
pickoff and another close play, and Jace Peterson says check it.
Well, Quinn was plowing up some ground getting there. Braves are going to pass on that.
There's that hard swing, and he didn't get it. 0-1.
Well, the old adage of swing hard in case you hit it. He swings hard and hits it about 1 out of every 4 times up. He's hitting .251 with 25 homers. And it doesn't matter what the count is.
Franco is one of 6 Phillies that's over 100 strikeouts this year. 101 of them to be exact. This is his 558th big league at bat. And that skips up there. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That sounds like a lot, but these days that's not that many for a guy who's hitting cleanup for you and swings as hard as he does. I would have guessed it to be a lot more.
Their team leader is Freddie Galvis, believe it or not. 133 strikeouts. 1-2. One of the big issues for the Phillies all year long has been offense. They are hitting .240 as a club. On base percentage of .300.
Oh, pitch. How'd he lay off?
Two balls, 2 strikes. And high. Phillies are last in the league in runs scored. They're next to last in average. They are last in RBIs. They're 12th in strikeouts. They're 11th, make it deadless. 11th in intentional walks. They're dead last in walks received. So there's another big Phillies problem. This is an offensively challenged club, surprisingly, considering they play in one of the best hitters' parks in the league. 3-2. He lost him. Bases are loaded.
When I mentioned that he had extra rest, one of the things that goes along with that is a guy who may have a little extra adrenaline flowing, maybe trying to overthrow a little bit because he's well rested. And we're seeing signs of that here in the first inning, even though one was an infield hit and the other one was a blooper.
So Ryan Howard will try to improve on those numbers. Only the Mets have had more trouble than the Phillies scoring runners from second and third base. Scoring runners in this park has never been a problem for Ryan Howard. And he jumps all over the first pitch and hits it a mile high to right. Markakis has gone as far as he can go. It's a grand slam for Ryan Howard.
That looked like a high pitch, and you don't ordinarily see him get up on that high pitch like that. And you're right, Chip, he hit it a mile high and just far enough.
That is Ryan Howard's 12th home run since the All-Star break. He's slugging about .600 since the All-Star break. And that is his 23rd career homer in this ballpark in 88 games.
How about 81 RBIs in 88 games?
Exactly right. A little squibber. Julio with a backhand. He's got it, and his flip to first is in time to get Cameron Rupp. And that's the second out of the inning. So Ryan Howard's 15th career grand slam in a week that many feel will be his final week as a member of the Philadelphia Phillies. What a swan song it could be for Howard here in Atlanta. It's already off to a tremendous start. And here's Freddie Galvis, who's the hottest Phillies hitter. Galvis has 20 homers. And he scalds that ball toward left. Malik Smith went a long way, couldn't get it. It's over his head, and Galvis is in at second with a double.
Alex took a very sharp angle to that ball. He didn't give ground on it, and it carried a lot farther than he expected it to. He was going kind of straight across and then was going back. I don't know if that would have made a difference trying to catch it or not.
Fourth hit of the inning for the Phillies. They finally took care of that 25 unanswered runs problem in a big way, courtesy of Howard's grand slam. So Aaron Altair will be intentionally walked, and something a starting pitcher loves, a chance to hit before he has to throw a pitch. And that'll be the fate of Jared Eichhoff, who waits on deck. So first and second for the Phillies. Here's Eichhoff.
Not that this is a sacrifice spot. It's not, obviously, with 2 outs. But Eichhoff's making his 32nd start tonight. He's got 57 at bats there, as you see, and no sacrifice bunts.
Long inning for Julio Teheran. He's about to make his 26th pitch. And stealing second easily is Galvis. I mean, that was as easy as can be. His 16th steal. So a little more pressure on Tyler Flowers. A ball in the dirt. Got to smother that and keep Galvis stranded at third base. 1-1 the count. Chopper hit towards short. Dansby's got it. His throw to first is in time, and that retires the side. Ryan Howard has hit his 15th career grand slam. I'll bet 13 of them have come in this ballpark. It sure feels like it. A grand slam in the first inning. 4-0 Phillies. Braves coming up for the first time. to feel comfortable again here at Turner Field.
No, his ranks among active players and their numbers against the Braves, he's first in a few important categories. Tied for second in games played against Atlanta, but 81 RBIs in 88 games, really 87 games and 1 at bat in this ballpark. A lot of damage.
So his 24th home run gives Jared Eichhoff a very comfortable first inning lead, and he has pitched the Braves tough in his young big league career.
Yeah, 5 starts career-wise. There are the numbers, and this year 4 starts, 2-1 with a 1.88 ERA. He's got good stuff. 26 years old, 6'4", 245 out of Evansville, Indiana. He came to the Phillies in the Cole Hamels trade from Texas.
Here's a look at the Braves starting 9 tonight. Malik Smith, as Kelsey reported, is hitting 8th in left field. He's going to rotate through left, center, and right the next 3 days. Give a chance for Malix to get some playing time and give the veteran outfielders Kemp, Inciarte, and Markakis a little extra rest. So we'll see what Ender does out of the leadoff spot. He's done an awful lot. 97 hits, 55 runs since the All-Star break for Mr. Inciarte. He's batting .296 for the season.
Eichhoff sits in the low 90s, maybe as high as 93. Good curveball. Slider, rare change.
Bouncer to second, that'll be easy. And there's the first out.
This is kind of odd for this team, for the Braves, to not have played since Saturday. Circumstances on Sunday where the game was canceled. Day off, scheduled day off yesterday, and then not playing until late on Tuesday. Odd to have that kind of time off this time of season.
And this time of year, I'm sure you would agree, players need a physical break. They need a mental break too, and I would think especially so after the passing of Jose Fernandez. I mean, he was an iconic player. I mean, he was the face of the Marlins franchise from a pitching perspective, and a player that really everybody loved watching play. There was a great deal of pain, not just in the Miami dugout, but the Braves dugout and just every dugout in Major League Baseball.
Every dugout.
Horrible news. One ball, 2 strikes for Adonis Garcia. And he didn't get the breaking ball.
That's a good curve. His last start, a very good one against the Chicago White Sox in interleague play. He won the game 8-3, 7 innings. He gave up 3 runs, and they were all homers. 1 walk, 6 strikeouts.
And one of the homers was to Chris Sale.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
But here's the other thing that's scary. We showed you earlier tonight, as Freeman bats, the shocking lack of run support that Eichhoff and Tehran get. Well, Eichhoff's got 4 runs to play with. When he gets 3 or more runs of support, the Phillies are 12-1 in his starts. That one's hooked foul. And the reigning player of the week in the National League, Freddie Freeman, has a 1-1 count. Of all the Braves, I think it's safe to say Freddie had the most noticed relationship with Jose Fernandez. They would always chat and laugh and really have fun with the game within the game. And Freddie Sunday had a Jose Fernandez jersey that he wore home on the team charter. High pop into shallow left center. And Quinn's going to get there, and a very impressive 1-2-3 inning for Jared Eichhoff, who leads 4-0 after 1 in game 1. Run, as a matter of fact, gives the Phillies a 4-0 lead over Julio Teheran, and the top of the order is coming up again in inning number 2. Jason Stark online had an amazing stat a moment ago. There are now 104 players in Major League Baseball this year who have hit 20 or more homers this season. That's an all-time record. Last year, 64 players hit 20 or more homers. So the baseball is jumping in 2016, and Ryan Howard with a majestic home run here in the first inning tonight.
Yeah, you've wondered really since the beginning of the season, Chip, if the baseball might be a little harder this year, you know, a little hotter. And I'm not so sure you're not right. Your suspicions aren't right, the way things have turned around from a power perspective.
No balls and a strike for Hernandez. Everything I've read from baseball, the baseball manufacturers, hey, nothing's changed, but something's happening. And taking nothing away from Ryan Howard and his strength and his obvious success in this park, as Freeman makes the play. When he hit that ball, it went straight up, and it just kept going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny, and carried into the right field seats a couple rows back.
And like I said, he's not normally a guy that you worry about if you elevate a fastball on him. Usually you can live to tell about it, get him to swing and miss.
Roman Quinn, a switch hitter. Infield hit his first time up. And slashes that one out of play.
You were talking about the Phillies' lack of offense. I'm sure, given their core of good young starting pitchers, that one of the things they'll be looking for most is somehow pick up some free agents along the way that could step in right away and plug some holes.
Liner toward left. Malix dives, can't come up. Quinn's around first. He's flying towards second. The throw off target, and Quinn in safely with one out. That'll be ruled a double.
Boy, oh boy, Quinn is quick. Good effort by Malix. Made a great catch the other night down in Miami to end the ball game on one similar to that. Quinn's listed at 5'10", 170. He looks smaller than that.
So he's 2 for 2, and Odubel Herrera bats and takes a ball. Quinn's going to try to steal third. Throw down there, shoots into left field. Quinn gets a late sign to get up and run to the plate. Throw there is going to be late. He scores standing up. So the Phillies have their second stolen base of the night. Quinn steals third, comes home on the throwing error, and it's 5-0 Phillies in the second.
He had a good 3 or 4 steps before Julio ever let go of the baseball. And while he didn't see the ball get away, he was relying on Juan Samuel, who was telling him to get up and go.
Squibber toward Adonis. Ball rolls up the heel of his glove, but he's still able to recover in time to get Herrera for the second out.
Good recovery by Adonis here on that squibber. And that lunge by Herrera cost him. Stayed in the air too long. When I was talking about them maybe looking for some offensive help, the Phillies didn't have Aaron Altair much of the year at all as one of their corner outfielders. He has not, even though he got off to a good start here at Turner Field, for his season. He has not played all that well. He's hitting a .94. They're trying this kid Quinn. They're giving him a shot up from AA. They're trying to see, at least in a small sample size, if he might be ready and could help them at the top of the order.
Line drive into right field. That's going to get down for a hit. Well, like the Braves, the Phillies had 4 minor league teams make the postseason this year. They have 2 kids at Reading. Dylan Cousins is an outfielder. He hit 40 home runs. A first baseman, Rhys Hoskins, hit 38 home runs at AA. How many times have we talked about how little power there seems to be coming up through the farm systems? That's not the case for the Phillies. So here's the villain, Ryan Howard.
Julio's last start against the Mets was a darn good one. 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 run. He's already given up 6 hits tonight.
Lined over the shift into right field for Howard.
Change up, left up, and he covered it.
So even for a man with the pedigree and resume of Ryan Howard, he is playing like he has something to prove to the rest of Major League Baseball. As I said, hitting about .260 since the All-Star break with 12 homers, and tonight 2 more hits. Maybe there's a little more, or a lot more, left in the tank. Here's Cameron Rupp. He bounced out to the mound his first and only time up. Into tonight's start, Julio Teheran had given up 3 earned runs in 11 innings to the Phillies. He's been torched for 5 on 7 hits in an inning and 2/3. That's hammered to right. That ball is deep. Markakis will turn and watch that hit off the wall. Franco scores. Howard will stop at third base. It's a long double for Cameron Rupp. And the Phillies now enjoy a 6-0 lead.
Now this is not at all indicative of the way Julio's been pitching. Boy, Cameron Rupp really got on top of that fastball, didn't he? Almost hit it out. He's had great numbers against the Braves this year. That's 8 RBIs in 11 games for him.
Galvis had a double in the first. Four of the 8 hits for the Phillies have been extra base hits so far tonight. And action has begun in the Braves bullpen.
And Tyrell Jenkins. Hard time getting the ball down tonight. And again, maybe a product of too much rest.
Will Galvis have a green light? We're about to find out. Galvis now an 8-game hitting streak. And all bets are off now. 3 balls, 1 strike. That is foul left side. Full count. Galvis had a career year last season for the Phillies, led the team in games, and set career highs in runs, hits, triples, homers, RBIs, walks, and steals. His previous career high in home runs in the major leagues came last year. He hit 7. As I mentioned, he's hit 20 this year. Fly ball right center field. Markakis on the run is going to get there. And that will retire the Phillies. They pick up 2 more runs on 4 more hits. It's 6-0 after 1.5. Head to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Jared Eickhoff, the beneficiary of a boatload of runs, something that hasn't happened very often.
No, he's like Julio, one of those guys that doesn't get a whole lot to work with generally, but with 5 or more runs of support 6 times in 32 starts this year, you know he's taken advantage of that, and he's going to try to do the same tonight already with 6 to work with. He's given up 7 homers in his last 13 2/3 innings coming into this start. 3 his last start we told you about, 4 in the start before that. So got a long way to go. Braves could catch up in a hurry.
And if you could put together some big innings, look, whether you score a bunch of runs or not, make him throw a bunch of pitches, get into this Phillies bullpen. That crew has been hit and hit hard over the last several weeks.
Most home runs allowed, tied with Brandon Finnegan and Dan Straley, both with the Reds.
This one on the ground to second. And Hernandez takes care of Markakis. 4 up, 4 down, and 1 away in the Atlanta second. Yeah, Dan Straley, interesting name. I think he's a 14-game winner for the Reds this year. They've got great work out of their pitching staff in what's been a lost season for them. The interesting part of Straley was he was a Padre for about 5 minutes. And they just let him go, and the Reds picked him up, and he's a double-digit winner in a difficult pitcher's park. Here's Flowers. Tyler takes a strike. Tyler must not like cheesesteaks or something. He's only 1 for 22 this year against the Phillies pitching staff. Thing Eichhoff can ill afford to do is start walking people with that high home run allowed total he has. And he's falling behind the Braves catcher, 3-1. That corner got called, and Flowers not sure about that.
Had some rough edges on that corner. Our last game ever at Turner Field on Sunday, but I still am amazed throughout the history of this ballpark at how quickly water gets absorbed on this field and drained out. Tonight it was just standing water all around the outside of the tarp.
Strike 3 at the very bottom of the zone, and Tyler Flowers disliked not 1 but 2 called strikes in that sequence.
From Fox Track standpoint, that was a better pitch than the 3-1 pitch for sure. But I'm sure to Tyler it looked low.
So he'll have a conversation with Tom Hallion once he puts his gear back on and goes back to work in the top of the third. I remember Ed Mangan told me, it was last year, that the pumps can pull about 225,000 gallons an hour out of the turf. When those heavy rains come, and you're right, it looked like a lake behind the shortstop spot and second base.
And for the ground crew, they work all week to get the field ready for the team to come home for the last week at Turner Field. And what was it, about 5:30, 5:45 that hit? Had to put the cart down.
Yeah, the last thing we saw at Turner Field before the road trip was a ton of rain too. That was the rain shortened game against the Nationals. 2 balls and a strike. Caught a corner, 2-2.
Yeah, that's a good curveball.
And another gets Jace Peterson, 3rd strikeout, and Eichhoff is rolling, 6 up, 6 down. We're off to the 3rd. great smile, and thankfully looks like his mom. It's Jack's 12th birthday today. So, Jack, happy birthday and many more. And hopefully the Braves will have a nice comeback for you tonight here in the 6th to the last game at Turner Field.
Jack's perfect age for a guy who loves baseball to have this be part of his memory bank, you know, the rest of his life.
Yep.
I remember being at Turner Field that last week of games, and I'm sure he'll be here Sunday. Just a great age for that.
And we are expecting big crowds all week. In fact, the finale against the Tigers on Sunday, standing room only.
Right.
For that game. And I'm assuming there'll be big crowds Friday and Saturday as well. Fireworks on Friday night. And by the way, the Tigers will be here with Miguel Cabrera, Justin Verlander and company, as Altair pops out to short softly. There's the first out in inning number 3. And those could be very important games for the Detroit Tigers, who are trying to chase down a playoff spot in the American League. They won't catch the Indians. They clinch the Central.
Yeah, they haven't even, the Tigers haven't even announced their pitching rotation yet for the weekend. I'm sure they're waiting to see what they need to run out there.
Well, tonight they take on Cleveland, and they've got Justin Verlander going. And Cleveland, you know, after clinching the division, they'll have a handful of their starters out of the game. So a real chance for the Tigers to put a W on the board tonight behind Verlander.
So he would be scheduled to pitch Sunday.
Correct.
Against Tehran.
So we'll keep you posted on that score a little bit later on as Eichhoff bats with a 1-1 count. Nationals are losing tonight. Arizona's beating them 2-0. Again, no Harper, no Ramos, no Murphy in the lineup for Dusty Baker. Line into center and right at Ender. That ball was smoked.
For Dusty Baker and the Nationals, they've got to weigh how important that home field advantage is for them, and it is important, but is it as important as getting Murphy and Harper healthy and ready to play in the postseason?
Yeah,
by rushing them back.
Well, isn't that the cruelest thing about our sport? You have your team together, and that was the big problem for Washington last year. You have a great 4.5, 5.5 months, and then in an instant you lose a terrific defensive catcher who's having the year of his life offensively. You're without Harper, and you can't get Murphy back in the lineup, not to mention Steven Strasburg.
Right. You don't know if he's going to be able to pitch. Now, this goes back to something Matt Diaz and I were talking about tonight walking into the ballpark. We were talking about Ramos, of course, but how 3 years ago, was it 3 years ago, that they shut down Strasburg? Because they were worried about that rather than worrying about, oh, we'll get back to the postseason as many times as we want, basically taking that for granted. Just doesn't work that way.
2 balls and a strike, and fouled back to the screen.
When you've got your horses, you run your horses.
So Washington shorthanded tonight. 91 wins. The Dodgers have 90. Washington finishes the year with Miami while the Dodgers play the Giants. So that, I would think, on paper at least, is advantage Nationals. We'll see how it works out. 2-2 pitch. And I believe that hit Cesar Hernandez. It did. So nothing's coming easy for Julio tonight. A hit batsman with 2 outs brings up Roman Quinn, whom he hasn't solved yet.
Back foot slider, literally. Removed his foot, never tried to get out of the way, but it was chasing him.
Quinn's 2 for 2. He scored a couple of runs. He's stolen a base. A second-round pick by the Philadelphia club 5 years ago.
Shoulder pad. Tom's okay. Quinn's been playing essentially every day since he got called up. This is his 15th game. As Chip told you, a switch hitter, but he was only hitting .184 left-handed before tonight. 7 for 38 with 14 strikeouts.
He's 3 for 3. He is waving a magic wand tonight.
Well, at this pace, he'll go 9 for 9. He's had a hit in every inning. Not Julio's night.
Here's Herrera. Herrera's 1 for 2. And a strike. Let's see if Tehran can finish him off. He did. And that will retire the side. No runs, a hit, 2 men left. Bottom of the order coming up for the Braves in the third. They trail it 6-0. These hats at the ballpark. Check him out. The Swanson Swan hat. That is the greatest.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, Bobby, you got to put the headset on.
Oh, right. Yes. Yes, I do.
That is the greatest. The skipper's here, Bobby Cox. How are you, pal?
Hey,
Good to see you.
Chip, good to see you. I didn't know we were live. Hey, Joe.
Hi, Bobby.
Good to be here with you.
Well, we couldn't have anybody but Bobby Cox here on the 6th remaining game at Turner Field, huh?
It's the teardown night, Chip.
Yeah.
And, yeah, can't wait to get out there in a couple innings. And, you know, the All-Star team was nice today, that who the fans voted for. And, you know, we did that, and that was good also.
Well, the fans did a great job by and large.
Yeah, I
their
think
choices?
I think they did. You know, it's kind of a no-brainer. I didn't know if Maddox and Glav and Smoltz were going to make that team, but they
Yeah.
did.
That had to bring back a ton of memories for you, didn't it? Just seeing some of those names.
It does. It does. And, you know, some of the guys, you know, it's only at Turner Field. It didn't include Fulton County Stadium. So they got them pretty close to being 100% right.
Well, while Dansby's up, I would love to get your thoughts, your impressions on what you've seen of this young man, not only from spring training forward, but watching him grow up in the major leagues now.
He is a baseball player, and a good one. He's going to be a team leader, I think. He's probably more fitted for the #2 spot in the lineup someday. He'll take his walks. Got a chance to hit 300 every year, I think. 15 home runs, something like that. Play a great shortstop. A gamer. Guy wants to win, play every day. That was one of the greatest trades ever, I believe. Our front office people did. All the trades they've made, to be honest with you, have been great and really done well.
And you've got to be pleased with what you've seen, the way the team has played the last 6 weeks, and especially under Brian Snitker.
They sure have. Brian's done a super job, and he's going to be well in the running to come back, that's for sure. And they've played great. They never give up. They run hard the base. They do everything that a manager wants them to do, and they all like Snit. And you know, Snit's been around a long time. You know, you got to get your first crack at it sometime. I got my first crack, and you know, at a pretty young age. And Brian's, you know, right at 60. But one of the good baseball minds in baseball. He knows the game inside out. He's used to the league now, and he fits right in.
I was going to say one of the job traits that John Coppola has said he's going to be looking for in his next manager is, I'd like to find Bobby Cox, as Malik Smith lays one down, and a glove flip to first is in plenty of time. I can't think of anybody more suited to following that family tree, managerial speaking, than Brian Snitker, who's been in this organization for 40 years.
Well, you bet. He's got a lot of fire in him, I'll tell you that, Chip. And you know, it's hard to get thrown out nowadays. You can't argue very much.
Well, that
with
record's safe.
And Brian's, I don't know, 2 or 3 times already. So he's got that in him, and he knows baseball inside out, knows it as well as I ever did. That's for darn sure. He was a great coach here at third base and the bullpen his times, and I would love to see him come back.
I know our time with you is short because you got to go practice your number pulling down. You've got the right arm ready. First of all, how's Pam? How's Skyla doing? How's the kids? How are the grandkids? How's everybody doing?
Everybody's doing great. All the kids in California are good. Skyla has a little guy now, 17 months old, and just found out Monday that she's pregnant for sure again, which they were trying.
Awesome.
So that's exciting. And Pam's had a bout with pneumonia, and she's in about her 4.5 months of that, and she's better now. I ran into Phil Necro the other day at my golf tournament, and he didn't look very well when I saw him. I said, Phil, you okay? He says, this is the 5th week of pneumonia. Wow. So, you know, it's going around, I guess, but they're better now, and everything's good.
Skipper, it is such a treat to see. You look fantastic. You look relaxed. You look Palm Beach tan. Go pull that number down, man. Number 6.
Okay, guys. Great being with you.
The greatest.
Thanks,
Skipper
Joe.
Bobby Cox with us here at Turner Field. Ironically enough, it's a 6-0 game. Field. Well, here's your chance. All fans are invited to run the bases after the game tomorrow, September 28th. Visit Braves.com/final countdown to get all the details. You don't want to miss it.
Well, there's a guy that runs them hard all the time. One of our directors, Gary Lehman.
He had that look about him. What is Joe saying about me?
Oh, he knows it's nothing but nice.
Gary's one of our great directors. He's getting set for what we hope will be a terrific season with the Atlanta Hawks. I think they had media day the other day here in Atlanta, so the NBA season's about to get going.
Hey, congratulations to the Falcons on a big win last night. Yeah, Ryan and the offense had a great night. Off to a good start.
Fourth inning. Julio Teheran facing Franco, Howard, and Rupp again. The Phillies sent 9 men to the plate in the first inning. Jared Eichhoff has needed 3 innings to retire 9 men. And therein is the difference. It's 6-0 Phillies. They have 9 hits. The Braves are hitless. And this one's hit into the shift. Jace Peterson played perfectly, and Franco is retired. In between innings, as we said our goodbyes to Bobby Cox, the Browns crew, by the way, came out and took the cover off the tarp. It's my understanding that weather is swirling around Atlanta. We might get another big rain shower here sooner rather than later, so we'll keep posted with that.
Are you saying imminent?
I'm not saying imminent, but I think what's our weather guy?
Oh, Flip Feinberg is here tonight.
Yeah, he is here tonight. So
yeah.
We'll keep you posted.
He's never wrong.
Ryan Howard's 2 for 2, including a grand slam. That's one of Julio's best pitches of the night. Let's take a look at our Academy Sports Leaderboard. The work of Ryan Howard in Atlanta.
First in homers, first in RBIs, no shocker there. And the guy with the greatest all-time, lifetime batting average as an opponent at Turner Field is just about 90 feet away from him. His first base coach, Mickey Morandini. He was one of the trivia questions early on. We missed on that one.
Yep.
But we've been red hot.
Yeah,
we've come home hot.
I think we're either 500 or a game above. 6 to play. On the Turner Field trivia, we'll have the question in a little while. And as this season winds down, I hope that the fans in Philadelphia are looking at Ryan Howard for what he has done for the Phillies organization, and not the injury-riddled player he's been the last couple of years, as he's down on strikes for the second out of the inning. There was a great story on Ryan Howard in the newspaper the other day during the playoff series when he swung the bat, ran a couple of steps, and tore his Achilles. Ended the season. He tried to run another 10 feet and then collapsed in pain, and that was the end of the series for the Phillies, and obviously the end of the year for Ryan Howard. To give you a glimpse of the character of Ryan Howard, he's in the trainer's room after the game, and Dave Montgomery, the longtime president of the Phillies, came in to check on Ryan, who said quite simply, "I'm sorry." And Dave Montgomery looked at him and said, "Sorry? What are you sorry for?" He said, quote, "I feel like I let the Phillies down by getting hurt." And that's a shame.
Yeah.
Because he has been a great player on some great Philadelphia teams that won a world championship, but the Achilles just, I think, destroyed his base.
I thought it did too. I don't think he's been near the same hitter since. Julio's airing out some low fastballs this inning. I know that.
Might be pitching with a little bit of anger.
Yeah, and he threw that last pitch by Howard upstairs. Like I said, I've never seen Ryan hit a ball out of the ballpark in the location that pitch was in the first inning. Up and in.
Wind starting to pick up, blowing from left to right. That's the direction from which the weather often comes. Fly ball center. Look at that ball jump, and Inciarte can't get it. And Cameron Rupp is on his way to second, and he's there with 2 outs. And now lightning begins to flash.
Folks, this guy's one of the strongest players in the National League, Cameron Rupp. You can see how solid he is, but look at that pitch, reaching down and across the plate. How hard's it been for anybody to hit the ball over Ender's head? Darn near impossible. Good pitch, not a good result. If this guy played football, I mean, he could play about 4 different positions. You know, he could play center, pulling guard, nose tackle, maybe even linebacker. He is unbelievably strong.
He's listed 6'2", 263 pounds. Out of Texas.
Gee, I wonder if he played high school football.
Yeah, pretty good chance, right? That's the amazing thing about Frank Thomas. Great player with the White Sox. First the 1-1 pitch to Freddie Galvis. So you're a college sophomore playing in the SEC, and Frank Thomas is the tight end, and he's running a sweep with Bo Jackson behind him at Auburn. And Frank is 6'6", 6'7",
yeah,
280 pounds, and he's just going to flatten you.
Yeah, steamroller.
Right. Well, Rupp could do the same thing. Not as tall as Frank. You're right. He's built like one of those brick buildings people talk about all the time. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tapper toward Dansby. He'll charge it, field it at the waist, and throw to first in time. And that ends the Phillies' 4th. Top of the order coming up for the Braves, who look for their first hit. They're down 6.
Starting to fall again here at Turner Field as the Braves trail 6-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Now, earlier we reported that Gordon Beckham was traded to the Giants, and there was many reports that it was for cash, but the Braves did just come out, give us some more information. They received minor league infielder Rich Rodriguez from the Giants instead. So the Braves did pick up another player in exchange for Gordon Beckham.
I know John Coppolella tried to get Bumgarner or Crawford or Pence in that deal, but I can't believe the Giants wouldn't bite.
Would have been nice.
Yeah. Well, we wish Gordon well. He's got a chance to help the Giants get in the playoffs. He will not be eligible for postseason play, however.
But you know what? Those games will be like postseason from a mentality standpoint for that whole dugout and roster. That'll be fun.
So here we are in the 4th inning. It's 6-0 Phillies. We Get a ground ball to first. Howard right at the bag. And he grazes the pillow with his foot, and that takes care of Ender for out number 1. 10 up, 10 down.
Now you get an early run or 6 to work with. It's not always easy, but he has been mixing his pitches and pitching like it's a 1-0 game. And probably trying to work quickly.
High fly ball toward left. Quinn is back. He's going to have room, though. Well shy of the track, makes the play for out number 2.
The longest hitting streak in baseball this year belongs to Jackie Bradley Jr. of the Red Sox. He hit in 29 straight. Freddie comes into the game tonight with a 28-game streak. So he could tie the season high.
I love what you said about Freddie in our opening comments. If there was a second half MVP award, he would be the guy.
I liked what Kelsey told us, Markakis told her, and that was that Nick had played with some guys that had hit 50 homers and driven in 120 or 30 runs. But nobody's done any more than what Freddie's done this year all around.
Fly ball belted right field. That baby is gone. First hit, first run. Freddie Freeman. It's a 6-1 game.
Like a little cutter of some sort. Maybe a slider. They didn't throw that many sliders, but it stayed right in the middle of the plate. Can't throw this guy anything in the middle of the plate right now.
So like you said, Eichhoff gives up a lot of homers. That was the 30th he's allowed. That was the 33rd Freeman has hit. His on base streak continues. His hitting streak continues. And now Freddie with 82 extra base hits. Just 5 away from tying the Braves Atlanta franchise record held by Chipper Jones. A steady rain falls as this pitch is popped away by Markakis. And a fan from Carlisle, Pennsylvania made the trip down to Atlanta. Made the catch. Swing and a miss. That is the 5th strikeout for Eichhoff. He has lost his no-hitter. He's lost his shutout bid as Freddie Freeman lost this baseball into the right field seats. 6-1 Phillies, 4 rain-soaked innings complete in Atlanta. field. Ed Mangan met with Tom Hallion and the rest of the umpires to determine the best course of action for the moment was to pull the tarp. I told you bad weather was approaching. It's here. It is not yet an official game. It's a 6-1 Phillies lead. Freddie Freeman broke up Jared Eichhoff's perfect game bid with 2 outs here in the 4th with a long home run to right. So we will be delayed. We'll also be delayed before Bobby Cox can pull down number 6 here at the ballpark tonight. So hopefully Mother Nature will allow that to happen in just a short while. So in the meantime, Joe and I will step aside. Speaking of Bobby Cox, a great episode of Driven featuring the Hall of Fame Braves manager is coming up next. We'll take a break, come back and get you to that, and then Joe and I will update you from the ballpark as weather conditions warrant. Thanks for staying with us tonight from Atlanta. delay, no chance for Julio Teheran to continue. So Tyrell Jenkins will grab a baseball and start pitching here in the 5th inning.
2-4 with a 6.20 ERA. His last start in the big leagues, August 20th against Washington. And he pitched maybe his best game of the year against the Phillies back on July 29th.
Aaron Altair will lead off for Philadelphia. Cody Ashe's grabbed a bat. He's on deck in the pitcher's spot. Then Cesar Hernandez. 6-1. Phillies have the lead. There's that outing Joe was mentioning. Excellent work by Jenkins through just 90 pitches. And that just missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
This is his first action with the big league club since he was called up on the 17th of the month.
Strike 3 takes care of Altair. Jenkins off to a good start. And 1 away in the top of the 5th. And Joe, how tough is it for these players? We had not 1 but 2 rain delays. This one, 1 hour and 53 minutes. Really a game that didn't have a whole lot of rhythm to begin with. Now you've got to crank it up at almost 11 o'clock at night. And for the Braves, try to come back from a 5-run deficit.
Well, your rhythm, your pattern of preparation might have been thrown off at the beginning. But you can, once the game starts, you can get into the flow of that. This one, almost 2 hours. It's hard to stay locked in, and you really got to come out and get loose. Make sure you're not stiff and tight.
That's one big advantage, I would think, for the modern player with these major league stadiums. The areas where the players can go, the indoor cages, the tunnels.
Yeah.
Areas where they can go and get loose, run even when the weather outside is bad.
Yeah, those batting cages help a lot.
So Cody Ashe batting .222 for the year. 4 homers, 18 RBIs. He's never had much luck against the Braves. A .134 career hitter. I remember Ashe was a 3rd baseman for a while for the Phillies, and they moved him to the outfield. And he's the man who has the swing that is so reminiscent of another former Philly great, Chase Utley. Lots of big numbers on the major league scoreboard tonight. A lot of offense around the National and American leagues. As Ashe slashes one toward left, Malik Smith is there, and he makes the play for the 2nd out. Cardinals all over the Reds, 12-5. That one's in the 7th. Aledmus Diaz, who grew up in Santa Clara, Cuba with Jose Fernandez, flew down to Miami to spend time with his family, came back to St. Louis tonight and hit a grand slam for the Cardinals. And what was a spine-tingling moment in St. Louis. The Mets all over Miami, 12-1. That's a final score. You got to figure the Marlins are emotionally spent.
Yeah, they're drained.
So the Mets continue to solidify their playoff positioning. Cubs leading in Pittsburgh 6-4, bottom 9. Pirates have them loaded though at PNC Park. And Washington has beaten Arizona 4-2 was that final score. Washington earns win number 92. The pitch is lined by Hernandez into left field. So Cesar Hernandez has his first hit. It's the 11th hit for the Phillies, a team that, by the way, didn't score much the last couple of nights out against the New York Mets. In fact, coming off a 17-0 shellacking in their last game.
Yeah, you're right about all those runs too, Chip. Yesterday there were a ton of runs scored. Sunday there were a lot of runs scored. And you have to figure a lot of it has to do with September call-ups, teams that have clinched that, like tonight, Cleveland got beat 12-0. They're not running all their regulars out there. White Sox 13-3 over Tampa Bay. Man, oh man, everybody's going crazy.
And the Phillies have 6 runs and 11 hits, and we're not yet halfway through this game.
That was off Julio Teheran. Hardly a September call-up.
Right. That's fouled at the plate. Yankees beat Boston tonight 6-4. That snaps the Red Sox 11-game winning streak. David Price was the man that started for Boston. Only their 10th loss against the Eastern Division since the 1st of July. They still, though, have a comfortable lead in the division. Swing and a miss. Tyrell Jenkins with an impressive inning. He strikes out a pair of Phillies. Now it's time for the Braves bats to go to work. They're down 6-1. All right, Andre, thank you very much. Yeah, 2 Tiger All-Stars getting it done tonight for them. We will see Detroit, the final 3 games of regular season play here at Turner Field. And it'll be interesting to see how Brad Ausmus lines up his lineup with no DH. But we have a few more days before we have to worry about that, as Severino Gonzalez is the new Philadelphia pitcher.
Fastball, curveball, fastball, mid-90s.
Gonzalez is out of Panama. He'll be 24 years old tomorrow. And that sweeps off the plate. One of the things we talked about earlier tonight was the path that the Philadelphia club is on. Like the Braves, they too have stockpiled a lot of pitching. They acquired most of it via trade. Joe mentioned the Cole Hamels deal, which included tonight's Phillies starter Jared Eichhoff. But they have 7 pitchers 26 years of age or under that they can evaluate next spring. And one of them, Jake Thompson, has been shut down for the rest of the year. He's reached his inningless limit for 2016. But that's, I would think, a very nice luxury for Matt McClintock and the rest of the Phillies organization to have 7 choices, still very young and in developmental stage before they go to spring training camp. Popped up. Ryan Howard backpedals. He'll be called off in foul ground. Cesar Hernandez is there. 1 out.
You saw Bobby Cox down there. He's weathered the storm, waiting to peel off the number. That's Rick Kranitz, bullpen coach for the Phillies, he's visiting with.
Jace Peterson struck out his lone at bat against Eichhoff. You don't think that the sign peeler downer instructor went home during the rain delay and left those duties to Rick Kranitz, do you?
I do not.
Oh, there he is. Two balls, no strikes.
Bobby used to change his vantage point in the dugout to try to bring the Braves some luck offensively. That's a different one for him down there.
And now 2-2.
Not whole gang.
Up the middle and a base hit. Jace puts it in play. That's the second Atlanta hit of the night. And that'll bring up Dansby Swanson.
Jace needed that. He didn't have a very good road trip. Just 1 for 16. And struck out his first time up tonight.
So our Georgia Lottery feature is Dansby Swanson.
These are his numbers coming into the game tonight. 313 average. Some extra base hits and a bunch of RBIs. Had a 3 RBI night one night.
Really loved what Bobby Cox said about him when he joined us for that half inning. Winning player was the term that stuck out in my mind immediately.
That is classic. It's even got a Dansby shirt on, it looks like.
High pop. And in shallow right, Altair is there. And he makes the play for the second out. You know, you could really alter that swan hat. What if you put a straw right in the bill of the bird's face and ran the straw all the way down right to the side of your chin? You just hold your drink while you're sitting in the ballpark and just dip the bird's beak into your drink and sip.
I'm thinking, as loose as that neck is, that he could do the tomahawk chop with the swan neck when the music starts. But that's a dandy. Well done, sir.
Well, the Giants have the Kung Fu Panda hats for Pablo Sandoval. Good cut by Maddox, fouled back, 1-2 the count. And the Philly Fanatics have their special hats.
Those are good too.
Check swing and rolled to second, and Gonzalez is out of the Braves' 5th inning. We go to the 6th. It's an official game. Philadelphia leads it 6-1. Cox was the man given the honor of peeling away the number. Of course, his number 6 retired here with the Atlanta Braves, and with this Toyota key play, just 5 more home games remain here at Turner Field.
Great job. Poor guy had to sit down there a long time, wait for that rain delay.
So it's an official game. Phillies are in front. This is Odubel Herrera. Herrera 1 for 3 with a run scored. That run came ahead of Ryan Howard's first inning grand slam. And Jenkins pumps in a strike. 1-1.
Tyrell is coming throwing strikes. And his last work anywhere was in the playoffs on the 15th of September.
Opposite field hit for Herrera. And look at that ball, rooster tail. That soaked shallow outfield area in left and in right. That'll be a little treacherous for the infielders and outfielders alike.
Yeah, and you got to know that too as a base runner. If you're thinking about taking an extra base, to know how wet the baseball is going to be when it's thrown in.
So a 2-hit game for Herrera, and Michael Franco's the batter. He's walked, singled, and scored twice. Team leader in homers and RBIs. And Franco, the first Philly third baseman to hit the 25 homer mark since Scott Rowland did it 15 years ago.
We talked about how hard he swings. I think we'll see this guy hit for a higher average next year. I think he's a better hitter than 250.
We'll see how many times he's walked. I think we mentioned he doesn't strike out an awful lot considering all the power he provides. Now Franco 101 strikeouts in 557 at bats, 39 walks, however.
That could improve too if they find somebody to hit behind him. They've had a revolving door at first base. Guys trying to clean up and protect him.
One ball, 2 strikes. Popped up. Franco late to depart the batter's box, and he's retired. Herrera is still at first, one away now for Ryan Howard.
It's kind of funny. Tom Hallion wasn't sure if Tyler Flowers was in fair territory or not. He looked at first. Surewater didn't signal. He looked at third. Gabe Morales didn't signal, so he just said, okay, fair ball.
It's late. Why not? Ryan Howard, 24 homers now, his 10th career 20-homer season, second most in Phillies history. Mike Schmidt did that 14 times. He entered this year as a 3-time All-Star, an MVP, an NLCS MVP, a Rookie of the Year, and in the top 5 in National League Most Valuable Player voting 4 times. Two balls, one strike. And now it's a full count.
I don't know where Ryan Howard will play next year. I don't know if he wants to play next year. I'm assuming he does, but I can see somewhere down the road when he's retired, I can see the Phillies retiring his number.
Runner goes. The pitch is low, ball 4. And Howard takes a 1-out walk. First and second for the Phillies in the 6th inning. First one of those for Tyrell Jenkins. Well, there are a lot of guys that played on that championship team for the Phillies whose numbers you could retire. I mean, Rollins and Utley and Howard.
But he's the one that lasted the longest.
Yep.
Rollins playing for 2 or 3 different organizations already since he left. Utley in LA, and looks like he might be there a couple more years.
Low to Cameron Rupp, 1 ball, no strikes. I think that was the hardest part, I'm sure, for Ruben Amaro. When you have talented players, when you have guys who have a pedigree and a legacy in your town, and you go for another championship, and they did. But no one could have predicted that Roy Halladay would break down, that Cliff Lee would break down, that Ryan Howard would break down, that there would have been a decline for Jimmy Rollins and Carlos Ruiz and frankly Chase Utley. All of that happened, and they became a very old and expensive team.
Yeah, Utley had knee problems for 2 years.
Double play ball. Dansby across the bag, and that will retire Rupp and the Phillies in the top of the 6th inning. 9-1-2 on the lineup card for the Braves. It's a 5-run Phillies game. to visit Turner Field, don't miss out on the VIP experience, which gives you behind-the-scenes access and the ultimate tour of Turner Field for the final time. Visit Braves.com/VIP and secure your spot today. Darren Ruff takes over in left field for Philadelphia, and Rio Ruiz will get a chance to swing the bat at last in Atlanta for the first time. I recall he was on the career track of Moonlight Graham. And that rain out against the Washington Nationals was announced as a pinch hitter. The skies opened. Never got a chance to hit. He did have an at bat on the road trip. And he's got an even count here. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Solid 6'1", 225. It's a little lighter actually than that from a year ago.
Two scoreless 2-hit innings of relief for Tyrell Jenkins. As Ruiz now a 2-ball, 2-strike count. And down swinging on a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. So Ruiz is 0 for 2, 0 for 1 tonight, of course. And we go back to the top of the order.
I think he's going to get a start in the next couple of days too at third base to give Garcia a night off, so he'll get a chance to get 3 or 4 at bats. That's the schedule anyway.
Ball 1 for Inciarte. Kind of odd to see Ender batting for the 3rd time here in the 6th. We've seen so many games where he's had 3 at bats in the first 4 innings for the Braves, but not tonight. Phillies have given up just 2 hits.
Yeah, chalk that up to Jared Eichhoff. He went 4 innings, only gave up 1 hit and no walks.
That's way high. 3 balls and a strike. Padres are beating the Dodgers 3-1 in the 4th inning in San Diego. Giants 2, Colorado 1. Out of play. If the Giants win their game, coupled with the Marlins loss, Miami would be eliminated. Gerald De La Cruz will be next out of the Braves bullpen. Full count pitch for Ender. He is a little low. Ball 4. Well, we mentioned if you're going to beat the Phillies, this is the area where you might have a chance to do it. Phillies have given up 63 earned runs in their last 73 1/3 innings pitched coming into play tonight. Yikes. That's a 7.73 ERA. So far, Gonzalez an inning and a third of 1 hit, 1 walk relief. As Garcia drives one toward right, but that's going to be caught by Aaron Altair. And there's the 2nd out. So here's the man of the hour, Freddie Freeman. He broke up Eichhoff's perfect game, albeit only in the 4th inning. But in the steady downpour, Freddie hit a 2-out solo home run. His 82nd extra base hit, his 33rd homer. 7 homers, 27 RBIs during his 29-game hitting streak.
Tied for the longest in baseball this year.
And he's rapidly gaining on his old buddy Dan Uggla, who had a 33-game streak back in 2011. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Trying real hard to keep the ball in on him.
Base runners and a big fly would be just fine for the Braves here in the 6th. And that's exactly what we have a chance for. Nick Markakis will come up with 2 on and 2 out. And that's going to be the end of the line for Gonzalez. Pete McCannon is not going to risk Nick Markakis hitting a home run off the right-hander. So we will take a quick break and tell you who the new Phillies pitcher will be in a moment. The Braves are down 6-1 and threatening in the 6th. To celebrate the top moments in the history of Turner Field, let's head back to October 6, 2005. Game 2 of the 2005 National League Division Series.
Roger Clemens to Brian McCann. Quite a poke. And Bobby Cox telling Brian McCann, get out there. Get out there and take the curtain call.
You've been here 25 years. Was that 2005 season for you one of the most enjoyable?
It was fun. It was really fun seeing those guys come up together and produce together and really put a charge in the ball club. Really picked them up.
This is Luis Garcia on the mound, closer at Lehigh Valley.
And those guys were all thrown right in the fire too. There was no messing around, kind of massaging them into the lineup and, you know, picking their spots or anything. They jumped in with both feet and they could all play.
No balls and a strike. And we had Kelly Johnson come up that year.
And Kelly got off to a slow start. Bobby kept running him out there because he was having good swings and some tough luck.
McCann, Jeff Francoeur, Blaine Boyer came up that year. I think Chuck James came up that year.
I think LaRoche did too. Adam might have been the next year.
I mean, it was just wave after wave of talented kids that, as you said, came up through the system together and knew how to play with each other and play for Bobby Cox. It was great. One ball, two strikes for Nick Markakis. And that's in the dirt.
I was wrong. Adam actually came up in 04.
The year before.
For them.
Garcia might be the closer of the future for the Phillies. And a bouncing ball left side. That's in for a base hit. Streaking around and scoring is Cincinnati to make it a 6-2 game. And Mr. 2-out RBI Nick Markakis comes through again. And the Braves cash in their first of 2 walks in the inning. And that'll bring up Tyler Flowers with the Braves down 4 runs.
Wasn't a strike either. Fastball, good 4 or 5 inches off the plate. Nick's head. His head was going right to the baseball, followed that right through the hole.
So the Phillies bullpen gives up another run. Let's see if there are a few more off in the offing here as Flowers guides one just foul at first. I mean, that was barely foul.
That might have brought both of them home. Good angle to see this. Just missed the bag.
That's low, even count. Swing and a fly ball. That's hammered center field deep. Herrera back. That ball is gone. A 3-run homer.
I know it's not July 4th, but that sounded like a M80 going off when he cracked that. Fastball, inner third.
Wow. His first home run since July 8th, not the 4th. But
Yeah.
man, oh man, all of a sudden we've got a 1-run game. And as we told you, if you can get in the Phillies bullpen, you've got a chance. It's a 1-run game, 6-5. Despite being out hit 12-4, the Braves are a run away from tying it. And that skips up there. 1 ball, 1 strike. A 4-run 6th. A walk, a single, and a homer after 2 are out. Little flinch, but no call. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and Garcia might have a case.
Yeah. he stared in for a long time, and so the ball got away out of the bullpen.
That's hit the other way by Peterson. So Jace has 2 hits in as many innings. And Dansby Swanson will be the hitter.
Well, the Braves are doing a nice job of going with that fastball. That's 2 that way.
Won't know until I ask him tomorrow, but I'm guessing the Dansby Swanson ran into Garcia a time or 2 at AAA. With his time somewhere along the line, not at Gwinnett, but maybe the lower minor leagues for the Phillies. Von McClure is on his way out to try to settle down Mr. Garcia. Early in the season, one of the strengths of the Philly club was its bullpen. Their relievers did an excellent job, anchored by Jean-Marc Gomez at the end of the game. Lately, though, it's been very, very tough for these youngsters to get outs.
Well, remember, they got off to a tremendous start. Everybody was scratching their head about the Phillies, like, how are they doing this? Because they were playing such great baseball and had a good record.
At the end of play May 17th, the Phillies were 6 games over 500 and a half game out of first place. Since that date, they've gone 47 and 69. No balls at a strike for Swanson. On that exact same date, May 17th, the Braves were 9 and 29. And have gone 54 and 63 since. So while the Phillies got off to the much better start, since that date, the Braves have actually outplayed them as far as the overall record's concerned.
Landis had a much better finish and a much better September.
Dansby hanging tough, no balls, 2 strikes. A 4-run inning after an hour and 53-minute rain delay. Stopped play after the 4th.
I give these fans a lot of credit, the hardy souls that have weathered 2 rain delays and a slow start by the Braves.
That number tells you, or those numbers tell you, that for the Phillies, no lead is safe.
Yeah, and those 97 walks really will kill you. They had a 10-0 lead on the Mets the other night and were lucky to win 10-8. The Mets had the winning run at the plate in the bottom of the 9th.
Runner goes. Dansby shoots one toward right. Altair got an excellent jump And he'll make the play to retire the side. But a good inning for Atlanta. They score 4 after 2 are out. Tyler Flowers with a cannon shot straightaway center field. A 3-run blast. It's now a 6-5 game after 6. With you from Turner Field, Kelsey Wingert here as well. Time for our Turner Field trivia question. What visiting player has the most extra base hits at Turner Field? That is tonight's question.
Well, we already know that Ryan Howard has 23 homers. I'm sure there are a lot of doubles mixed in there too.
As Freddie Galvis goes to work, Jose Ramirez will be the Braves pitcher. Fouls that one away. What scares you about that is that falls under the it's so obvious that it can't be Ryan Howard.
Yeah. Well, Jose's gotten a haircut. Big time.
That's hammered toward left. And Freddie Galvis is retired. That's how the 7th inning starts. 1 away.
Ramirez had to serve a 3-game suspension for throwing at or behind Jose Fernandez here in Atlanta.
Altair deep and short. And that's going to sneak under the glove of Dansby Swanson. So Altair's aboard with his first hit of the night. And Roman Quinn left the game tonight with an oblique issue.
Left oblique strain.
Emmanuel Burris grabs a bat. He'll hit for Garcia, who gave up 2 runs, 3 hits in his 1/3 of an inning's worth of work. Burris did not get a drastic haircut. Swing and a miss. The throw is going to be late. Another stolen base for the Phils. Altair swipes second.
Good jump for the big guy. It's his 7th swipe. Good throw by Tyler also, but a good jump.
I would think that that's going to be an area of intense concentration in spring training. The Braves' young staff's ability to hold runners and give the catchers a chance to throw people out. Tyler Flowers has been able to catch just 2 of 62 would-be base stealers this year. Some of that, yes, have been poor throws. A lot of them, though, have been big jumps because the pitchers haven't held runners very well.
No chance.
Torres didn't get it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Burris didn't get it. And he is down on strikes. 2 outs.
Jose with another off-speed pitch and a good one.
And again, the top of the order, Cesar Hernandez.
Oh, he can throw hard. But a well-located off-speed pitch. It's the swing and miss.
In a season like this, you look for as many silver linings as you can, and I think one of them has to be the work of the bullpen. So these young arms have done very nice work. Ramirez, one of them. As this ball is hit to short, Dansby kept it on the infield. He's going to throw back toward third, and Altair scrambles back safely. How about that play?
Saved a run. That's the runner at second base, 2 out. Got to knock it down on the infield somehow. Keep it in the infield. Keep that run from scoring. Dansby did better than knock it down. He gloved it, was ready to try and throw him out. Heck of a play.
So here's Darren Ruff, his first at bat of the game. He's the man that came on for Roman Quinn. We had a good night tonight. Quinn was 3 for 4, but out with an oblique. And that's in for a strike. Rough start of the year with the big league club, was sent out in mid-May. Came back on September 2nd at 294 AAA, 20 homers, 65 RBIs. He's gotten some playing time at first and in the outfield. Tommy Joseph has been the other young first baseman when Ryan Howard doesn't play. And this one's hit in the air towards center. Ender had an excellent jump, makes the play. And that'll retire the Phillies. 7th inning stretch in Atlanta. We've got a 1-run game in game 1 of the series.
Field, the Braves have cut the lead to 6-5 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Mike Foltynewicz taking the mound for the Braves tomorrow as he returns to the rotation, coming back from an injury when he took a liner to his left calf. Now, he tells me he threw a bullpen on Saturday, and that's when he knew that he would be able to start again. He says that he can land on it fine, he can cover home, and he can cover first fine, but that the doctors told him there was so much nerve damage caused to his calf that he'll probably always have pain there, but he'll be able to pitch through it. And I asked him, how important was it for you to come back and be able to make another start before the season ends? And he said he talked to the coaches a lot about it. He did want to have that one last start, but the coaches told him, we don't want you to favor any other body part and injure something else. But he says that he is fine and ready to go, and we look forward to seeing him back out there on the bump tomorrow.
Right about that, Kelsey. He will face Adam Morgan, the Phillies left-hander, tomorrow night, Game 2. First pitch at 7:10 p.m. This is Joely Rodriguez. They got him from the Pirates for Antonio Bastardo.
So his numbers there, just his 9th game. So is his nickname already Joely Rod?
Could be. That's first pitch I've seen him throw, and he reminds me a little bit of Aroldis Chapman. The way he slings the baseball. Not the same velocity, at least not yet. 1 ball, no strikes. Malix lays down a bunt. And he beats that easily. That was a pretty play.
I like it because he tried to bunt earlier and he made a good effort, but Eichhoff made a better play. But he didn't quit on the opportunity, and against a left-hander especially, drag it with you as the lefty is falling off to the third base side. Farther for him to go. Base hit for Malix.
So Matt Kemp grabs a bat, and he'll come on in the 7th inning and hit for Ramirez. That ball popped away, but not far enough for Malix to try to move up. 5 of Kemp's homers have tied the game or put the Braves in front.
Sorry, Chip. He didn't have a gangbuster road trip offensively, 5 for 21, but he did hit 2 homers, and both of those were in one game down in Miami. And he also played really good defense, made some big plays to catch some line drives and a ball against the wall that I remember also.
How about the play pulled back in New York, Cespedes?
Yeah,
where he climbed over the wall. Two homers came on Thursday against the Marlins. 1 ball, no strikes. Malix is running, swing and a miss. Throw to second is going to be late. So the Braves trying to do a little running and are successful. Smith steals his 16th base.
good crossover step. One of the things that helps you when you slide feet first is that on a pop-up slide, you can work it so that it looks like you're coming up like you've already hit the bag when you haven't. So it looks like you got there sooner, and you'll get the call more often than not.
Now the Phillies might be challenging this, or at least they're thinking about it. Hernandez made the catch at the second base bag and looked in and said, take a look at it.
Well, they tagged him on the hand, but it was right about the same time the foot got there.
And look at where Hernandez has his foot. Right in front of the bag. But no challenge. So that helps. A single should be able to score Smith with the wet track in the outfield and Malix's blazing speed. 22.
That ties Malik for the team lead in stolen bases, despite all the time he missed. Got 16. Ties him with Ender.
And Ender is the man on deck. .96 miles an hour, but the pitch missed. Full count.
They threw a couple of off-speed pitches to Matt that he got him to swing and miss at, but were good pitches. He and Freddie tied with Adam Duvall for 4th place in the home run chart.
Yank foul. Duvall's also knocked in 100 runs for Cincinnati this year.
Great year.
Bouncing ball to second. That'll be a productive out.
That'll work.
Braves and what's left of a big crowd appreciate Matt Kemp's effort there. Put it in play. Smith at third, and the key man in the inning now is Ender Inciarte. The Phillies will bring the infield in. Even count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Little tapper, infield in, saves the Phillies there as Galvis makes a nice play to retire Inciarte. 2 men out.
Tough matchup there for Ender with his hard throwing lefty. Got him kind of fish for that one outside. Had to protect the plate.
So here's Garcia with Malik still anchored at third. 6-5, Phillies have the lead. And Garcia might have gotten a gift there.
Yeah, that's got some sink to it too at 97.
Sharply hit. Galvis, nice play, sliding stop, and a perfect throw. And Garcia crossed the first base bag a little awkwardly. Let's see if he's all right. Freddie Galvis made 2 nice plays to help the Phillies protect a 1-run lead, and this game moves to the 8th. It's 6-5 Titans. Bases at Turner Field. Here's your chance. All fans are invited to come on out to the ballpark and run the bases after the Braves and Phillies play Game 2 tomorrow night, September 28th. For more information, go to Braves.com/final countdown and get all the details. A couple of changes for the Braves. Daniel Castro checks in to play second base, and Ian Kroll is the third Braves reliever.
2-0, 3.24 ERA for Ian. He worked in 3 games on the road trip, 2 at New York, 1 at Miami, an inning and 2/3, 2 hits total, no runs, a walk and 2 strikeouts.
Odubel Herrera has 2 hits in 4 tries tonight, and that one's going to dance in for a strike. Houston won tonight. They beat the Mariners 8-4 down at Minute Maid Park.
That was a much-needed win for Houston.
Their 83rd victory of the year. Toronto beat Baltimore 5-1 today. Toronto began play 1 game ahead of the Orioles in the wild card race for the #1 spot. Tigers and Mariners were 2 games back. Told you already that Detroit clobbered Cleveland. So the Tigers are a game back.
Whoever won that game between Seattle and Houston gained a game on Baltimore, so that's why it was important to them.
Good start for Cole. He strikes out Herrera, 1 away. Well, it's still not out of the realm of possibility you could have a 4-way tie in the American League wild card race.
Well, and the Blue Jays got into a dust-up with the Yankees, and Joaquin Benoit got hurt in the process, hurt a calf muscle, and was on crutches leaving the ballpark after the game. I don't know how long he'll be out.
Yeah, the diagnosis came out today on Benoit. Torn calf muscle.
Torn.
Torn.
Oh
Done.
my gosh.
Probably done for the regular season. Yep.
He'd been pitching good baseball here late in the season, actually doing a better job in the setup role than Jason Grilli.
That's foul to the right side. And as we've reached the midnight hour, a fan from Salem, Massachusetts made the play.
22,348.
One of 22,348 announced tonight. 2 rain delays. And an offensive outburst by the Phillies that saw him hit a grand slam by Ryan Howard in the first inning and then pick up 2 more runs in the second off Julio Teheran. Braves, though, have come back. Single run in the 4th, a 4-run 6th, and here we are. 8th inning, a 6-5 Phillies lead. That was cut on and missed. Franco is retired on strikes. 2 out.
Ian looks good tonight. He's had a couple of days rest and feeling good. They're going to pinch hit for Howard.
So it is going to be Tommy Joseph. And Brian Snitker is going to go to his bullpen. So Kroll was terrific. 2/3 of an inning. No hits, runs, walks, 2 strikeouts. 6-5 Philly game. Then he will come on with 2 outs and nobody aboard for Philadelphia. Here are his numbers for the season.
And they are good. A few walks mixed in there. And his strikeouts lately have been a little off. I think that's consistent with his velocity being off a little bit too over his last 10 or so outings. Not the consistent 100 to 103 that we were getting used to.
Tommy Joseph among National League rookies, 3rd most homers.
Well, I tell you what, Corey Seager, what a year he's had in the clutch hitting department, especially hitting that game-tying homer with 2 out the other day. when the Dodgers clinched the pennant.
Talking about baseball gods, the other earlier in the night. Seems only fitting that Vin Scully gets to call a walk-off home run for the Dodgers to win the division. In his last home game at Dodger Stadium. Vinny's got 3 more games left this weekend. He'll call the series with the Giants at AT&T Park. "100-mile-an-hour pitch evens the count for Joseph. If he has that, that's going to make him an awfully tough man to hit.
Especially right there.
Joseph walks. So the inning continues. Cameron Rupp. 2 doubles and RBI highlight his night offensively.
One of them was an amazing double over the head of Inciarte that he had to reach for to drive over his head.
Quickly 0-2.
A good breaking ball.
Rupp has 8 RBIs against the Braves this year, 53 overall. Man at first for him, 2 outs. And out of play. Still 1-2. Swing and a miss. All 3 outs of the inning were via strikeout. 2 by Kroll, 1 by Cabrera. And here we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Freddie Freeman will lead off with a chance to tie things up. TV Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on more than 400 supported devices and enjoy a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv. Freddie Freeman will lead off for the Braves. Nick Markakis, Tyler Flowers to follow.
See how Freddie fares against this tough lefty.
It is the first time in a long while that the Braves have actually had back-to-back left-hand hitters. Freeman and Markakis together in the lineup.
Tommy
Joseph stays into play first, by the way. And that's because Brian Snitker gave Matt Kemp the starting assignment off. That's by plan. Alex Smith's going to get 3 starts, and he's going to rotate the rest for Inciarte and Nick Markakis as well.
Could have been.
Instead, though, it's 3 balls and a strike.
This guy's got a good arm.
And Freddie hits it the other way. He is something else. Two-hit night for Freeman.
Such a good swing. Staying back, getting that front foot down. Ready to take anything he needs to left field. That's his first thought, left center, and then when he gets one he can turn on, he hits it in the seats like he did in the 4th inning.
And what a luxury it is when your left-handed hitters can hit left-handed pitching. You know what Freddie Freeman's hitting against lefties this year?
I'll bet it's somewhere in the 275, 280 range.
303, not counting that hit.
Is that right?
And he's hit 7 homers against lefties. Nick Markakis hasn't had as much luck with the average, hitting 250, but he has knocked in 21 runs in 91 games against left-handed pitching. So when your RBI producers aren't bothered, when managers make the lefty-lefty matchup switch, that's how your offense can average 5 runs a game. And that's what the Braves have been doing the last 2 months. Popped up. And left side, who wants it? It's going to be Freddie Galvis, the shortstop. Markakis is retired. Here's Flowers. Tyler put a charge into a ball last time up. A long 3-run homer. And now Pete McCannon is on his way out. Looks like he's going to make yet another pitching change. So Rodriguez went an inning and a third. 2 hits, no runs, walks, or strikeouts to this point. We'll tell you who the new Phillies reliever will be when we come back to Atlanta. where all that matters is October. The NLDS starts October 7th on FS1. Here in Atlanta, the Braves have the tying run at first with one out. David Hernandez is the new Philadelphia pitcher. Tyler Flowers, the Braves catcher, will be the man that greets him, as Dansby Swanson also lurking on the lineup card here in the late innings.
This guy's been in a lot of games. Hernandez, mid-90s fastball with a slider. Veteran, former closer.
High fly ball lifted toward left. That ball is off the base of the wall. And Flowers will stand at second base. He just missed. And what in the world happened to Darren Ruff? So one pitch turns into a two-base hit. The Braves have the tying and leading runs in scoring position now.
Boy, talk about an ambush on the first pitch to Tyler. Hanging slider, and both the pitcher and catcher thought that it was going to be a home run, and Ruff thought he was right up against the wall and pulled his glove back right here. He's getting ready for a collision with the wall, and the ball didn't even hit the wall. Inexperience in the outfield cost him there.
So the Phillies are going to intentionally walk Daniel Castro. And as predicted, Dansby Swanson has a chance to get this game tied or put the Braves in front.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Castro came in the game. I didn't notice anything wrong with Jace Peterson, and it wasn't a double switch. But he gets a free pass.
One of the things that has been so fun about this ball club in the second half of the year is no matter the score, early or late, they give themselves and Braves fans a finish.
That's what Bobby Cox was saying when he was with us. They never quit.
So a great chance for the Braves. Bases loaded, one out. And that buzzed to the tower. Ball one. It's already Dansby's 8th at bat this year with the bases loaded. He's got 2 hits.
These are really.
So that tells you what good work Freeman, Markakis, and Flowers have done.
Yeah.
Tonight he's hitting 7th. I beg your pardon. He's hitting 7th. He's usually been hitting 8th. He's ahead here. 2 balls, no strikes.
Good count. Be patient. Look for a spot. Got a fastball, but probably a little above his hot zone.
That's served foul. And now it's 2-2. Nice catch. Swing and a miss. The slider. What a comeback by Hernandez. Dansby's retired on strikes. 2 are out. And now it's up to Malik Smith.
Huge out right there after falling behind 2-0. Came back with his slider and a good one.
Malik's had a bunt single back in the 7th, so he's 1 for 3. Good rip at that pitch, fouled away, strike one. Ooh. Thank you very much. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Pitcher and catcher both knew it was a strike.
So Malik's behind 1-2 now. This is his 7th at bat of the year with the bases loaded. Line drive into left field. That's going to get down for a hit. 1 run scores. And Bo Porter threw up a stop sign to stop Tyler Flowers. But Malik Smith with a 2-strike, 2-out hit ties the game with a single to left.
Boy, Tyler was ready to go. He rounded third, chugging on this base hit. But Ruff was playing very shallow, got to it on 1 hop. And even though his throw was off the mark, they might have had time to still get him because Tyler, not the fastest guy, but he was ready to go if he's waved.
So once again, the Philadelphia bullpen has major problems tonight. They've given up 5 of the 6 runs. And they've done that in 3 2/3 innings again. And now Emilio Bonifacio will come on and pinch hit with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Did he go? Yes, he did. Called at the plate. It's 0-2. Hot shot. It's off the shortstop Galvis. 1 run scores. It's a base hit on an 0-2 count. And the Braves have taken the lead 7-6.
Tell you what, Emilio Bonifacio has certainly earned his money since he got called up. He's getting some key hits. Breaking ball, not even a strike, covered it, hit a rocket off of Galvis, who's always sure-handed but too hot to handle. Braves lead.
4 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th. And the Braves have almost caught the Phillies in hits. It's 14-10 in that column. And now Inciarte drills 1 foul left side. Strike 1. It's an old line, but it's so appropriate. Sports writers and managers hate leaky pens. And the Philly pen has had an awful time of it of late. They now trail by a run. And a little tapper back to the mound. The flip to the plate is going to retire the side. But the Braves, with a couple of 2-strike, 2-out hits in the 8th inning, have taken a 7-6 lead. Jim Johnson will come out of the Atlanta bullpen with the bottom part of the Phillies order coming up, and Atlanta in front. The Braves have scored the last 7 unanswered runs, and Jim Johnson will try to win it for Mauricio Cabrera. Jim's on for what he hopes will be his 18th save of the season. 15 of them have come since late July.
And remember, he had a lot of work during the road trip. He was in all 3 games against the Mets, and one of those games against Washington the day before the rain shortened game, so he did not pitch in Miami. He's had 5 days off. He should be ready to go.
Galvis, Altair, and then we'll see for the Phillies as that one's cut on and missed. Smash toward Dansby, who goes to a knee to make the play. 1 out.
Three atom balls will be just fine.
Andres Blanco grabs a bat. He'll hit for Altair. Johnson gets ahead of him with a strike. Blanco's 5 for 29 as a pinch hitter, 3 RBIs, 4 homers in 180 games.
He's had some injury problems this year, the most recent of which was a fractured left index finger. Came off the disabled list September 1. Good hook.
Well, he and Tyler Flowers have really done a nice job of setting that pitch up, not overusing it. Got a lot of strikes out of that big curveball. The 0-2 pitch is swung on late, fouled away. Like Freddie Freeman, Jim Johnson, a Player of the Week award winner, won that National League honor for the week ending July 31st. Had 4 saves in that week for the Braves in late July. And that's his first pitch out of the strike zone this inning. roller hit toward Castro. He'll charge and flip in time. 2 outs.
Nice play by Daniel. He hasn't had a lot of action since he got called up, but had a nice play there.
So Jimmy Paredes, the last hope for the Phillies. Who got clobbered 17-0 last time out. They're out away from blowing a 6-0 lead tonight.
Good fastball tonight from Jim. He's been 93, 94. Got the ground ball out from Blanco on that nice curveball too.
Strike call. The Braves are a strike away. Are going to win it. Flowers can't find it.
He's calling him out.
And the home plate umpire Tom Hallion's going to call Paredes out at the plate. And that's going to end the ball game. Jim Johnson strikes out Paredes to end the game. And the Braves come back from a 6-0 deficit after the second inning. Sat through an hour and 53-minute rain delay and beat the Phillies to take a 9-8 series lead by a final score of 7-6. 18 last at bat wins for the Braves. Plenty to talk about tonight on a rainy night in Georgia.